Good morning. My name is Councillor George Farquhar and I'm presiding over the start of this meeting of the Licensing Subcommittee on the 3rd of July. Welcome to everybody who's joining us online and also to those that are viewing this either through streaming or at a later date. The first order of business is for the election of the chair. Since I'm presiding the meeting, I will actually ask for a nomination for chair, please.
I nominate you, Councillor Farquhar.
And I second that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dower and Councillor Filer. Moving on, housekeeping. I will actually ask the clerk to actually read out the housekeeping notices regarding to how this meeting will be managed.
Thank you, Chair. Please note that this meeting is being recorded by the Council for live broadcast and will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. The meeting may also be recorded or streamed for live or subsequent broadcast by members of the public, although ultimate discretion in this matter lies with the Chair in case of disruption. For those in the room, please note that if the fire alarm sounds, please exit the building by way of the nearest available signed fire exit route and make your way to the assembly point at the War Memorial in the gardens opposite the front of this building in Bourne Avenue. Finally, please ensure background noise is kept to a minimum and mobile phones and other devices are turned off or switched to silent for the duration of the meeting. For those in the room, this includes turning off your microphones when not speaking and turning down the volume on your laptops completely. Thank you.
Thank you greatly, Ms. Smith. Apologies. Have we received any apologies for this meeting?
Yes, Chair. We've received apologies from Councillor Sandra Moore and Brian Castle. Councillors Farquhar and Dower have stepped up as reserve members to sit on this subcommittee.
Thank you greatly. Any declarations of interest from the subcommittee members? I have no declarations of interest. Councillor Dower?
None from me either, Councillor.
Councillor Filer?
None for me.
No falls to me to discuss the protocol of public speaking at hearings. The protocol for public speakings or meetings at the Licensing Subcommittee is included with the agenda sheet for noting. First item of business today, the Trevorville Hotel at number 5 to 7 Priory Road, Bournemouth. The licensing authority has received an application for a new premises licence at the premises known as the Trevorville Hotel at 5 to 7 Priory Road, Bournemouth. As the application has resulted in 24 representations, this matter is now brought before the Licensing Subcommittee for determination. I'll ask each participant to introduce themselves and state their role. My name is Councillor Farquhar and I've been elected as the chair and I am a member of this subcommittee. Councillor Dower.
I'm Councillor Dower and I'm a member of the subcommittee.
Councillor Farquhar. Sorry, Councillor Filer.
I'm Councillor Anne Filer and I'm a member of the subcommittee.
Councillor Richardson. Thank you very much. Just as a point of note, and Councillor Richardson is a reserve member. That means that she attends today in case one of the subcommittee falls ill and can't attend for some reason. And she will, if she wishes, continue to observe the meeting for training purposes, but she'll take no actual physical part in the meeting itself or in the deliberations afterwards. Can I call on Miss Ellie King?
Yeah, my name's Ellie King. I'm BCP Council Licensing Officer responsible for this application.
Miss Cole?
Sorry, I'm Linda Cole and I'll be advising the subcommittee this morning.
Miss Smith?
Hello, I'm Louise Smith and I'm the Democratic Support Officer supporting this meeting today.
Miss Cutler?
Good morning, I'm Michelle Cutler and I'm here to provide support today. Thank you.
And for the applicant, Mr. Day.
Good morning, Chair, colleagues. My name is Philip Day. I'm a solicitor with Lacey's and I'm here to represent the applicant company, and also representing the applicant company is Mr. Mohammed Malik, who sits to my immediate left.
Excellent. For the record, can you identify yourself, Mr. Malik?
Mohammed Malik, I represent the ABQ Lay Limited, the owning company for the Trevorville Hotel.
I have listed here other persons such as Karen and Anthony Davis, who are also representing Leif and Diana Majid, who have made a representation but are not attending. Are they actually in the room or online? Thank you. Can you say that for the speaker, please?
Yes, we are here. Yeah.
And for your name, please.
Karen Davis and
Thank you.
Anthony Davis.
And
I'm Anthony Davis.
thank you very much. We have here a Stuart Green.
Yes, that's me. Good morning. My name's Stuart Green. I'm a resident of the development opposite the Trouville Hotel.
And I believe online are Michael and Leslie Carr.
Yes, I'm Michael Carr, and I'm representing both myself and my wife, Leslie Ann Carr. And we are also residents at Coast, directly opposite the Trouville.
And I have a Keith Lucas.
Good morning. Yeah, Keith Lucas. I'm here, resident at the Coast Apartments across the road from the Trouville Hotel.
And do we have Mr. Joplin come in?
Mr. Joplin still not joined on Teams.
So welcome all, and thank you so much for attending this hearing today. Before I run through the procedure, may I just check that all persons who have given notice that they wish to speak have been identified, and any person who wishes to withdraw the representation or wishes not to speak has been identified. Since I see no indications online, I'll take that as being correct. The proposed procedure for today's hearing is the order of speaking will be as follows. The licensing officer will present the report. There will then be questions of the licensing officer by all parties. Members of the subcommittee will go first on that questioning. The applicant will then make their application. Then there will be questions of the applicant by all parties. And again, members of the subcommittee will go first. Any other persons then will make their representations. And then there will be questions of those other persons by members of the subcommittee, once again going first. All parties will be given the opportunity to sum up, with a party who spoke last to go first on their summing up. The hearing will then conclude, and the subcommittee will deliberate in private with the legal advisor and a clerk present. A notification of the subcommittee's decision will be given within a period of 5 working days from today, and because that is the day on which the hearing is held, and a notification of the decision will include information about any right of appeal as appropriate. I will now ask all parties to confirm agreement on this proposed procedure or to make representation. Mr. Day.
I'm content with that, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Malik.
Agreed.
Karen Davis.
I agree.
Stuart Green.
Agreed.
Michael Carr.
Agreed.
Keith Lucas.
Agreed.
I think for Mr. Joplin, I think the ship has sailed.
He's still not in the waiting room. If he does join later, I'll allow him in and we can go from there.
All right.
Thank you.
Ellie King.
Agreed.
And Mr. Linda Cole.
Agreed, Chair.
Finally, please may I remind all parties speaking not to repeat the information which they've already given in writing, but to expand on their written representation. All questions will be asked through myself as the chair, and there will be no cross-examination of any parties. I will now ask the licensing officer to present her report.
Good morning, Chair. The matter before you for consideration this morning is an application for a new premises licence at the Trouville Hotel located at 5 to 7 Priory Road, Bournemouth. An application was made by Mr. Philip Day on behalf of ABQ Leisure Limited on the 9th of May 2024 for a new premises licence to permit the following licensable activity. Plays, indoor sporting events, live and recorded music, performances of dance and activities similar to music and dance from 10 o'clock in the morning until 1 o'clock on every day of the week. And that's 1 o'clock at night. Late night refreshment from 11 p.m. until 1 a.m. for non-residents and from 11 p.m. until 5 a.m. for residents and their bona fide guests. And On and off sales of alcohol from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. on every day of the week for non-residents and 24 hours a day for residents and their bona fide guests. The application also includes updated conditions, and I've attached in your report pack, I've attached a copy of the application and the layout plan, and that's all at Appendix 1. The Trouville Hotel held a premises licence until the 21st of February 2024. This licence lapsed because a previous licence holder was a subject of insolvency under Section 27 of the Licensing Act 2003, and an application to transfer the licence was not received within the statutory 28-day period. As set out in my report, this new application largely replicates the lapsed licence, except that plays and indoor sporting events have been added to the list of permitted licensable activity. The licensable hours for the supply of alcohol have been extended to permit the supply of alcohol to non-residents from 10 o'clock on a Sunday morning instead of midday. So it used to run from midday and now it runs from 10, and to permit the supply of alcohol to residents and their bona fide guests 24 hours a day. The licensable hours for the provision of late night refreshment have also been extended with this new application to 5 a.m. for residents and their bona fide guests, to allow the hotel to provide hot food and hot drinks to their residents and bona fide guests 24 hours a day. I have checked all the records held by the licensing authority and can confirm that no complaints or issues have been reported to the licensing authority in respect of these premises. The licensing authority received 27 representations from 27 other persons under the Prevention of Crime and Disorder, Prevention of Public Nuisance, Public Safety and Protection of Children from Harm licensing objectives, and a copy of all of those representations are included within the packet at Appendix 3. Members are asked to consider the information provided and the evidence before them today and decide whether to grant this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, there are questions from the subcommittee. Councillor Filer, do you have any questions or fact?
No, not at this stage.
Councillor Dower.
Yes, I have a question, Councillor Farquhar. So can you clarify, you're telling us that the actual licence lapsed in February 24. Can you actually tell us when the actual entertainment stopped as well? So the hotel was stopped running as a going concern?
I wouldn't have that information because ultimately that's the responsibility of the premises. All I can comment on is the fact that the licence lapsed in February. I don't know if it was open and trading at that point.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Okay.
Maybe Mr. Day will be able to confirm that. I understand there were some 10 applications made to cover some of the things that went on, wasn't there?
Okay.
Even that once the licence had lapsed.
Can I assist here?
Yeah.
I'm slightly out of turn, but as the question has been asked, the current applicant basically owns the freehold. It had been leased to a third party. They went bust, basically. The premises closed somewhat suddenly at the end of January until these matters were eventually resolved. An application was made to transfer the licence into the name of the freehold owner. That was initially accepted, but then a further check was made and it was discovered that in actual fact it was just out of time. The notification on Companies House had appeared a few days after the appointment of the liquidator, which is what caused the problem. Therefore, we had to apply for a new licence. The premises has reopened under the direct management of the applicant company, the freehold owner. We submitted 2 temporary event notices to cover just a few days during the application period. And I think one of them is actually still in force today. But it is only on those limited occasions that any form of licensable activity has been provided. Other than that, it has operated basically as an unlicensed hotel without entertainment. Well, you can have background music and put a television on, but in terms of anything else, no, that's not been happening.
Thank you. That clears that matter up for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms King, can you give confirmation that 10's licence is currently in effect?
Yeah, we did receive, as Mr. Day says, we did receive two 10 notices. One that spanned from the 26th of June to the 30th of May, and one that ran from the 30th of June to the 6th of July.
Councillor Fowler.
Thank you. I'm not sure whether this question's at this stage or later, but under the previous lapse licence, did we receive any complaints?
No, when I went back and looked at our records, the licensing authority had not received any complaints in respect of this premises.
Any further questions from the subcommittee? If I may just ask a couple of questions to clarify, I'm sorry I missed it. The licence, as I believe I heard Ms King, that the licence has, rather than being 12 o'clock for non-residents, is now 10 AM through to when?
Through till 1 in the morning.
And was that the case before when it was 12? Was it 12 through to 1 in the morning?
Yes, it's only the sort of the start of the provision rather than the end. Yeah, so and that is only, so that's Sundays only. Okay, so to clarify, the only extension to the provision of alcohol was on Sundays only, where the provision used to start at 12 and run till 1 in the morning, but actually now under this application it will start at 10 in the morning and run through to 1 o'clock as it had done before. So it's just an extra 2 hours, I say just, it's an extra 2 hours between 10 and 12 on a Sunday.
Understood. Can you help the subcommittee out as well, because this is an application as per the documentation for which includes off sales. Can you explain the off sales and what that actually means to this particular application, please?
Okay, so off sales covers, bear with me, basically permits, it's to do with when, Sarah, could you help me out here? Because you've got a very succinct explanation.
It's to enable the sale of alcohol to be taken away from the premises. So you would buy it and take it away like an off license, like an off sale.
But when we had new regulations come in during COVID times, any premises with a license for on sales are allowed automatically to have off sales. But just the legislation allows that without application. Those regs go till 2025, I think, at the moment.
Thank you very much, Ms King, and that was very helpful. Thank you very much.
Chair, may I just interrupt quickly just to say that Mr. Peter Joplin has now joined on Teams, just so that you're aware that he's now with us. Thank you.
Hello, Mr Joplin, can you hear me? My name is Councillor George Farquhar. I'm chairing this hearing today.
Hi, yes, sorry, I had problems getting on onto the to the web. Apparently my iPad wouldn't allow me to get on, but anyway, I'm on. So apologies for my late arrival.
Okay, we've run through a procedure for the speaking and the order of speaking in this particular hearing. Is it all right that rather than repeat that for the actual hearing itself, that when I need to hear from you, then I will call on you? Would that be acceptable to you?
Yeah, absolutely fine. Thank you very much indeed.
And I just wish to confirm that you wish to speak at this hearing.
Yes, I do.
Excellent. Can you just identify who you are and what your role is for this hearing today?
Yeah, sure. My name is Peter Joplin. I live in 36 East Coast, which is directly opposite the Trouville Hotel. I am at the level of the roof to give you some sort of topographical description.
And can I just confirm that you made a written representation?
Yes, I did, sir.
And you plan to speak to that written representation?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. Excellent. Okay, any further questions from the subcommittee for the licensing officer? Any questions from Mr. Day, from the applicant?
No, they've already been answered. Thank you, Ms King.
Sorry, I'm going to have to run through the list so we don't miss anybody. Karen Davis, any questions? We need you to put your
Yeah.
a second.
I was told I could talk
If-
for 5 minutes and I wasn't told I could
Absolutely.
ask questions.
No, absolutely. When I was running through the procedure, then everybody that's actually here and is given their notice of intention to speak can speak through the chair and ask questions of the representations and the officer's report and the application.
Okay.
So you get an additional opportunity to actually ask questions at that time, but it must be based upon what you heard the relevant party speaking about.
Yeah, I have one question at the moment.
Please, and it must be off the licensing officer.
Sorry,
It must be off the
but-
licensing officer because it's the licensing officer.
Okay. Mr. Day, oh yes, Mr. Day, in his response to our representations, says we must have misunderstood the notice, and there will be no off sales of alcohol. But if you look at the notice application, it says and on and off sales of alcohol. You can clearly see this, and this is very confusing to us. Is this a mistake, or should the application have been worded differently?
Chris King.
Sorry, so the application is for on and off sales, which is the same as was on the lapsed license. I can't, I'm just having a quick look at Mr. Day's response, just so that I can, just bear with me one moment.
It's sorry, Miss Davis. There will be an opportunity to ask that same question of Mr. Day, because essentially what we're asking the licensing officer is go back through the representations and the replies, etc. So I think if you're all right to hold that one until after the applicant has made their representation, I think that'll be an ideal opportunity to ask your question.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. King.
Sorry, thank you.
Any further questions at this stage, Ms. Davis?
No.
Mr. Stuart K. Green.
Yes, thank you. I think my question was along similar lines to Ms. King. I'm not sure in my mind, and not having read the application as well, exactly when off sales are permitted and to whom. Are they permitted to residents and or bona fide guests, or residents only, and at what times?
Okay, so the application specifically is for on and off sales to both residents and non-residents, depending, and the times are set out in the application. So this application is looking specifically is 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. essentially on every day of the week for on and off sales. Does that answer the question? Or
And where does the 24 hours a day for residents come in? Is that on and off sales for residents?
yes,
24 hours
a day. So that will allow them, because the licensable area is not the whole hotel, that would say allow them, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Day, but that would allow them then to take a bottle of wine back to their room or what have you. So it allows them to consume the alcohol in elsewhere.
Okay. And does it allow them to consume the alcohol at the front of the premises?
As my colleague pointed out, off sales mean that the alcohol can be removed from the premises, so they could take it home with them. They could, leave the premises with that alcohol.
So they could indeed sit in the area out the front of the hotel.
Mr. Green, I really appreciate the question. I think when the applicant makes their presentation, I see that Mr. Day has made some notes. I think it's an opportunity then to clear that up.
Thank you.
As the licensing officer has commented, is a case of the nature between off sales and on sales. Once it is, to my understanding, and legal confirm that, once it goes off sales, it is off the premises, and the individual can do whatever they wish with those particular particular drinks.
Okay.
And this is apparently been in effect since the COVID restrictions, where it's allowed, as you understand, can we eat a Scotch egg? Is it with a substantial meal? I've been a little bit flippant,
Yeah.
but essentially there was some flex allowed to kickstart again the opportunity for people to come out of lockdown and to socialise. And I think, and I'll just get the legal officer to confirm that that is still the case until at some point in 2025. So.
Thank you.
Currently any licence holder that has on sales are allowed to have off sales, despite whatever the licence was granted, you know, whenever they made the application. So that is the situation at the moment.
Mr. Green, thank you very much for that question. I think we all need a bit of clarification on that.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carr.
Hello, yes. Just some further clarification on the same point. It's been mentioned that the COVID rules apply until sometime in 2025. If this committee produced conditions which were not allowing off sales at certain times, would they then fall into effect once the COVID rules allowing a more open licensing policy be withdrawn? So when the 2025, when the COVID rules expire, will normal licensing controls take over again?
Thank you for that technical question, Mr. Carr. I will refer to our legal expert.
In theory, yes, depending on what we don't actually know. No, but we don't really know what's going to happen in 2025. That, you know, there has been different changes, but currently we are under the understanding the licenses will go back to whatever the actual license says. So at the moment, this application is for on and off sales. So if it's granted with on and off sales, it would continue with the off sales. If it's not granted with off sales, then there would be no off sales. But yeah, we're second guessing because the regulations have been extended over time, and it could be that they could be extended again. We're only telling you what the situation is now.
Yes, but my question was really, will whatever the license is granted by this committee today or over the next few days, will that still have precedence, or is it all to be ignored? That really is the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, I understand.
If they're in, you know, basically if off sales are allowed 24 hours a day and there is nothing this committee can do to control that, then it would be helpful to know that in terms of what I think most of the residents are seeking to achieve, which is some control.
As far as we're aware at the moment, that's what we would be expecting if the regulations expired, ceased, you know, come to an end.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Mr. Green, sorry, which question was that from? I can't see. Mr. Green, thank you very much for that. Just to clarify, you did say that would be allowed to anybody. To my understanding, that off sales is only permitted between 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. to non-residents. Is that the case?
Yeah, so it's 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. for non-residents, and then the 24-hour day only is available to residents and their bona fide guests.
Does that clear that up for you, Mr. Carr?
It does, yes. It was more the question of the COVID rules and how that impacts upon the ability of the committee to make conditions.
Understood. Thank you very much. Any further questions, Mr. Carr?
None from me at this stage. Thank you.
Mr. Lucas, can you hear us?
I can now, yes, sorry.
For you to...
It had just gone quiet, but yes, I don't have any questions, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jopling, can I call on you if you have any questions of the representation that's been made by the licensing officer?
No, I've got no further questions. I think everything that has been said, I've fully understood. So thank you. No, I don't have any.
Right. Any other parties that I've not already identified that have any questions of the licensing officer? Excellent. May I now ask on the applicant to make their presentation, please?
Thank you very much, sir. A little bit of history. The Trouville has been there for a long time. It was certainly licensed pre-1964 when the last but one version of the licensing legislation came into force. And we need to have a very quick look at 1964 legislation. Basically, there were two types of alcohol license at that time. An on license.
Mr. Day, I think what we really want to do, unless there's a particular point here, is concentrate on this particular application, the presentation. I know it's 1964. It was 2 years before I was born. I don't want to preempt my questions to you, but are you going down the lines of your additional presentation as regards what you could term grandfather rights?
Yes.
Okay. Shall we wrap that up in the questions, unless you want to actually refer to it as something which in the application? Right. Because I don't think I understand what you mean by grandfather rights.
Right. Then please allow me to explain. The fact of the matter is that before the current Licensing Act came into force, there were on licenses and off licenses. However, virtually every on license in the country, in other words, pub, bar, hotel, restaurant, was also permitted off sales of alcohol. That was the situation. The Trouville Hotel was in exactly that position. In 2003, the then government passed the Licensing Act 2003, which came into force in 2005. And a license was granted to the Trouville Hotel under this new regime. And that license permitted the sale of alcohol for consumption on and off the premises. COVID regulations has got nothing to do with it, because had it been the case that those whose job it was to try and rescue the license when it lapsed, if they'd made their application less than a week earlier than they actually did, then the Trouville would be fully licensed right now for on and off sales. That didn't happen. And they came to me and basically said, help. So I said, well, if we have got no choice but to make an application for a new license. The deadline is the deadline, and that's it. So let's have a look and see what we've got, and whether or not anything needs to be done to improve matters and to make life better, not just for the owners of the hotel, but also for all of the responsible authorities and indeed, dare I say it, local residents as well. So my starting point was, I'm not going to extend the hours. We're perfectly happy with the hours that it's already got. And in actual fact, the reality of the situation is that the Trouville wasn't making full use of its hours. It is a license. It is a permission to do something. I've got a driving license. That doesn't mean to say I have to drive everywhere. It's nonsense. Any place that has an alcohol license, it may be licensed until 1 o'clock in the morning. If they want to shut the bar at 8 o'clock at night, they can, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. It's as simple and straightforward as that. But there were a couple of little gaps in it. The first one was, well, it allows supply of alcohol from 10 on every day of the week, apart from Sundays. Why is that? Well, I know the answer to that one is historical, because under the old regime, we had Sunday hours, and Sunday hours started at 12 o'clock. So it doesn't make any sense. People don't understand it in the modern day and age. So let's just ask to open the bar if we choose to do so at the same time on a Sunday as any other day. Right. What else? We don't have certain licensable activities on the license, and in particular plays and indoor sporting events. Now, just a little bit briefly about the Trouville. The main source of business for the Trouville is the Bournemouth International Centre, the BIC. It's one of the closest hotels to the BIC, and it is relatively cheap, it has to be said, given its age. They charge rather less for rooms than some of the newer hotels, and I'm not going to name names or anything like that, but you get the point. So people who go to events at the Vic will frequently book a room for the night. They'll go to their concert or whatever it is, and then they've got a bed for the night, so they don't have to worry about driving home, getting a train or bus or whatever it is. And then when there are conferences on there, and you know, there's been the party political conferences, I think, over the years, they've all been here, well, other than Reform for obvious reasons. And there are things like trade unions, police federation, they hold their annual conference here. And it's people like that who then stay at the Trouville, but they do, particularly during the quieter times, have the occasional coach parties and so on. Some of those coach parties, the organisers put on things for the people who are on the coach, including murder mystery nights and things like that. Murder Mystery Night is arguably a theatrical performance, so let's cross all the T's, dot all the I's, and put it on the licence, so there's no argument about that. And sometimes they organise a bit of snooker, pool competitions, or darts, or something like that. And of course, people stand there and watch it, and so on. So let's have indoor sporting events on as well. And then, for some strange reason, although it's a hotel, and it has been the case for donkey's years, that residents have always been allowed to buy alcohol 24 hours a day if they're staying in a hotel, and that extends to their bona fide guests. For some reason, it wasn't on this license. So I thought, well, why not take the opportunity of tidying it up? Because if somebody had done their job properly back in 2003, it would be there. So let's include it. And that's the logic. And then let's move on to look at the other bits of the license. And lo and behold, there's practically nothing there. There are no conditions. And in this day and age, although it's supposed to be light touch and all the rest of it, that's not what one expects. So let's keep the police and environmental health happy, and let's volunteer the sort of conditions that we know full well that you would expect to see on any application of this nature, and that's what we did. So we've got CCTV, we've got incident log, refusals register, noise conditions, protecting children from harm, Challenge 25, staff training, etc. All pretty standard stuff, but it wasn't there before. And as a consequence, there was no objection, nothing at all from any of the responsible authorities. And I say this not for your benefit, sir, because I know you know it full well, but for the local residents, the guidance that we all have to follow, and your own policy says that when it comes to matters of, for example, crime and disorder, you take your lead from the relevant authority, which would be the police. When it comes to noise nuisance, you take your lead from environmental health, protecting children, maybe trading standards, but also the police, and on it goes and on it goes. But none of them have batted an eyelid here. Now, I have to say that I was extremely surprised at the level of representations that have been received in this case. And they came in extremely quickly. The site notices went up on a Friday. I spoke to Ms. King on the Monday just to check formalities and this sort of thing. She said to me, well, we've had 3 objections already. They came in, yesterday. At least it proves that the site notices are up and people are seeing them without wishing to be flippant about it. I'm not going to go through all the objections line by line. I'm not. But it seems to me, taking a step back from the trees and looking at the shape of the wood, that the problem that the residents, they're all in the same block of flats, incidentally, have other premises, and one in particular, which they name, but I'm not going to, that operates as a loud late night venue with a significant external area, and people leaving that venue in particular, coming back up the hill to their hotels or their homes or whatever, disturb the residents. Yep, I sympathise. That's got nothing to do with the Trouville. It hasn't. And the only bit of law I'm going to recite to you is the Daniel Thwaites case, which I'm sure you'll be familiar with, residents won't. But basically what Thwaites says is you shouldn't deal with these cases on the basis of speculation as to what might happen. You need to look at what evidence there is that it has happened. And in the Thwaites case, the pub had been opened. It made an application for longer hours, which was granted and took effect. The residents had objected, and they appealed. By the time we got to the appeal, the pub had been operating its longer hours for a number of months without a problem. And basically the judge said, look, residents, yeah, it may well change in the future, but the fact of the matter is that you have a track record here. There is no evidence that it actually causes a problem, and therefore I'm afraid your appeal fails. And the same applies here. There is not a jot of evidence that the Trouville, having a license until 1 o'clock in the morning, has ever caused a problem. There is no evidence that it would. It's not going to operate as a nightclub, and it's most definitely not going to operate as a bargain basement off license selling cheap alcoholic drinks to street drinkers or whatever. It is simply because if you look at the plans, and these are exactly the same plans as has been in force here, and I can tell you these date back, in fact, if you look at them, to 1998, these were drawn up. And these plans were they'd actually drawn up a fire brigade for fire safety purposes, but were used extensively in 2003 for licensing applications with the red line. And the red line is the only part of the premises where alcohol can be sold or supplied. If you didn't have the off license, as has rightly been said, if I'm staying there and I've gone down to the bar, I'm going to take my nightcap up to my room. No, I wouldn't be able to do it without the off license part of it. Am I going to go stand outside and drink it? Why? Why would one do that? So there's the application. I understand the concern that the residents have. I will remind everybody, not that I need to, that one can always make an application to review a license. I know that at least one of the residents is somewhat sceptical about that, that it's not easy to do and it does take time, etc., etc. But trust me, if you can demonstrate that there is a genuine problem associated with particular premises, then the police and environmental health will not hesitate to take action. And as you know, you have a review application next on your agenda today. And with that, I propose to stop. I'm not going to repeat anything else that I've said in the response because I'm not supposed to, but I'm here to answer questions and hopefully clarify things. But my final point is this, that I'm afraid I disagree with your learned legal advisor about the COVID stuff. And I'm going to disagree with her to my disadvantage, because if you actually read the deregulation, what it basically says is if you've got an on license that doesn't include off sales, then you can put a notice up on your premises and you automatically have off sales. You don't have to do anything else. but there are exceptions. And one of the exceptions is, well, there are two significant ones. If an application has been made specifically for a license which includes off sales and it has been refused, you cannot use the notification procedure. That's point number one. Secondly, if you have a license that did include off sales, but it has been reviewed, and as a result of the review, the off sales has been removed, you cannot use the notice procedure to put it back on again. Now, in this case, the hotel had off sales on it, and were it not for the unfortunate timing with the transfer application, you would not be in a position to review the license because there is not a single jot of evidence that the Trouville has actually done anything to undermine any of the four licensing objectives that I'm sure you're certainly familiar with. So the COVID thing, I think, is a little bit of a red herring. If you were to decide for some reason that you're not going to let our residents drink anywhere other than within those red lines, they can't take a drink to their room, they can take Coca-Cola, but not a Bacardi and Coke or Pepsi or whatever it is, then that's your decision. But it would be binding, and the COVID regulations they don't tie your hands in that way, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Day. I always enjoy our history lessons because it furthers my knowledge personally as regards the peculiarities of the licensing regulations. And it does indeed sometimes come into useful effect in deliberations. So I really appreciate that. Can I just ask if Mr. Malik is going to add to your representation in any way?
No, and I'm glad you reminded me. Mr. Malik is the Group Finance Director. There is one minor amendment that I need to make. The person whom we nominated as the DPS has very, very recently left. And that's why that person is not here today, because normally I'd have the DPS here to answer questions. A recruitment is in place, or sorry, a recruitment process is in place, but it hasn't been completed. And what is likely to happen, well, what will happen, is that a personal license holder from one of the other hotels the group has will come to the Trouville. So what I am going to ask you to do, and I overlooked it, is when I'm going to ask you to grant the application, but not to specify a DPS. And that means that the premises will not be able to supply alcohol until we put in an application to vary the license to appoint somebody who will be the general manager who has a personal license as the new DPS. I'm sorry, I forgot that. I did mention it to Ms. King, but I overlooked it in my address.
I'll just take a little advice on that one, Mr. Day. Is that acceptable to licensing?
Can't sell the alcohol until they've got.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine.
Understood. Just for the clarification for those that are viewing, to my understanding is without DPS, which is a designated premises supervisor, they cannot sell alcohol. And is that right in my assessment there, Mr. Day?
Yes, it is. And if you look at section, I think it's 18, it does specifically say that in considering an application for the grant of a new license, one of the things that you can do is to refuse to specify the DPS. And that usually happens because the police have objected. In this case, it's because I'm asking you to, please.
Understood. Thank you very much. So, subcommittee, Councillor Filer, any questions?
No questions, but I'm going to just add to the history lesson and go back 20 years because my father was a young dentist in 1944 in London, and he got a post working for the Royal Marines in Poole, and he lived in the Trouville Hotel. I don't know whether he had any alcohol. I do digress, but it was just quite interesting to hear someone refer to grandfather as something, because that really was. So I should be declaring some sort of interest because I wouldn't be here if he hadn't lived there.
I very much appreciate that, and your knowledge of the local area and experience and is absolutely second to none. Thank you very much, Councillor Filer. Councillor Dower.
None from me, thank you.
May I ask a question, Mr. Day? And I really appreciate why we're on the exercise of the tidying up. I did have curiosity about the history of the 10 a.m. Doing as opposed to 12 p.m. on a Sunday. And I really appreciate the efforts that you've gone to ensure that those additional conditions, which we as a subcommittee or any licensing authority really appreciates, because they all help towards the upholding of the licensing objectives. And thank you for the understanding of the what you term grandfather rights in your additional supplement. I was concerned that you might be referring to acquired rights, but entirely different. And I also appreciate the fact that you accept that the deadline is the deadline, and this will be a new application. But you've taken advantage of that to update it. Could I ask a question of what efforts you've made for mediation with those that have made representations, please?
The short, honest answer is very little. My experience, going back quite a few years now, is that if you have more than 4 or 5 representations from local people, the chances of persuading all of them to withdraw their representations is very low. Once you get up to over 20, there is absolutely no chance, and you're going to end up at a hearing. The hearing is meant to be by way of a discussion. I always try and submit written representations in advance, which, thanks to your licensing officer, everybody has seen. There were 2 responses to that, asking questions which I hope that I have answered today in presenting to you. And of course, if there are any further questions, we're here to answer them. But this is not a normal case. If the police had raised an objection, then yes, I'd be mediating with them and hopefully reach an agreement. They didn't. No, none of the RAs did. So yeah, it's just, I say just, it's purely residential objections here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Day. I'm sure that the representations and the number that we have online and in the room today will give us the opportunity to have their moment in court. And I really appreciate you taking the opportunity to answer those questions fully through myself as the chair. Any questions from the licensing officer?
Nothing from me, thank you, Chair.
Thank I think it might be an opportunity. I've just taken some advice, is that in some of the representations, then there is a concern about an outside area for consuming of alcohol, etc. Now, I know that in your plan you referred to the red line for where alcohol is actually served. Is there an area within the hotel where guests and bona fide guests can actually enjoy their drinks? Is there, I don't know, a terrace bar or something like that?
No, there's no external bar at all, but there are 2 basically wooden areas that are outside. One of them is tucked round the side next to a fire escape, and unless you know it's there, it's not really very visible. The other one is rather more visible. It's not particularly big, but it does bound onto the road by, if you look at the plan of the hotel, where the main entrance it is to the right of that, in this area here. There is no service to that area, and generally it's used by people who want to pop outside for a cigarette and not step onto the road. Yes, it is possible for them to take a drink with them. There are occasions when tables and chairs are put out there, but they are removed for the very simple reason that they don't want the people who are wandering up and down the road, who may have had one too many from elsewhere, stopping off there and disturbing their residents. If it assists to have a condition that any external furniture is securely stored after 11 o'clock, then yeah, we'd be happy to offer that.
Can you give us an idea of actually how large it is that this particular area is that has? I mean, for instance, how many chairs, how many tables could be actually sat on that particular piece of decking?
Yes, I can tell you the when you face the hotel itself, towards the right there is a slightly submerged area, which used to be part of an outdoor sort of dining platform before we acquired the hotel in October 2018. So the previous owners, they used to make use of that area. Since we have acquired the premises in October 2018, that area has never been used. And even if we were to be observed today, at the risk of my laziness, it's quite, there is a lot of foliage there. It's not designed for people to sit there. It's essentially an entrance to the cellar room where all the supplies come in. So that's that area. The one area which is next to the fire exit towards the left of the entrance, that is actually a breakout area for the conference room, which is right adjacent to that place. And it can hardly accommodate, I don't know, 2 tables of 3 maximum. But that's normally used for people to stand on and smoke, the conference attendees and all. So theoretically, we don't really have chairs there unless there is a conference who have particularly requested that kindly provide us some sort of a breakout area for people to have a smoke or whatever. Other than that, we don't really make that place available at all. Thank you very much. Councillor Fowler, you had a question.
Yes, I'd like to follow on from that question, please. If people are able to step outside, and it can be a hot summer's evening when people would like to step outside, what sort of supervision would you have? I mean, they can buy a drink in the bar and they can step outside with a glass. They're on the premises of the hotel, still in the garden, still within the grounds of the hotel. I would imagine, I can't preempt what the residents think, but I would imagine they're anticipating a lot of rowdy noise late at night with people who are actually staying in the hotel, stepping outside for a drink at 1 o'clock in the morning and making a lot of noise. Are you likely to have any supervision? Would you propose to have any supervision? Can you stop people from going outside, or would you want to stop people from going outside?
I must admit, I'm not a solicitor, so I don't really know the legalities of the argument here. I'll rather comment on the practicalities. We have owned the premises since October 18, and we leased it out in October 21 for the 3 years that we were operating. We never had a single objection or a complaint. You're quite right in saying that there is nothing stopping people from buying a drink at the bar and venturing out onto the deck or the front of the building. We although our license does allow us to extend the facilities up until 1 in the morning, the practicality, however, is on the contrary. That's probably 1 or 2 nights in a whole year where possibly we had I don't know, a conference or a extended coach group. That's not the normal practice. Hence why we don't really have that many objections or complaints to the subject. At night, our night porter starts around 10:30-ish. And after that, we tend to close the main doors of the building unless we are expecting some people who are late check-ins. As to whether we have some sort of procedures in place to prevent people going outside, I'm afraid we don't really have any sort of provisions without having to spend a substantial amount of money in acquiring other people's services to police that. But like I said, on the legalities, I can't really comment. I can only talk on the practicalities. I'll request Mr. Day to further comment if there is something to add.
Can I just ask you to clarify, on a day like today, assuming that you had a license and so on, what time would you expect the bar to shut? On a day like today?
On a day like today, our bar is potentially going to shut something around 8:30, 9 o'clock.
It goes back, Mum, to the point that I made. Simply because you've got a license doesn't mean to say that you have to use it to its full extent.
And can I just clarify, Mr. Day, you said about the removal of any tables or chairs that are out there at a certain time. Is that a condition which you'd be able to offer up should the subcommittee be so minded to grant the license?
Yes.
Thank you. Any further questions from the subcommittee? Excuse me, running through the list again. Can I now call upon Ms. Karen Davis? Any questions of the applicant?
Not at the moment, no.
Thank you. And can I call upon Mr. Stuart Green?
Yes, perhaps one comment to help Mr. Day and one question. One comment, I've noted several times your level of surprise at the number of people who raised objections. Possibly what you are not aware of, and possibly what you have not come across before, because I certainly haven't, is there is actually a very strong sense of community in the coast development, which is surprising for apartment blocks, particularly as in fact there are 2 apartment blocks, and you would not normally, I would suggest, expect people to operate as an entity, but they do tend to. So if something is upsetting people, if there are queries and questions over things that the managing agent may be doing, people will share that on a group and therefore will try and consolidate their activity. So whilst you may think, well, it's just going to affect a couple of people, the cooperation within the group means that all of the people tend to say, look, hang on, if it affects 1 or 2 of us, it affects all of us. So I think perhaps that may help you understand that it isn't just an apartment block and another apartment block and a couple of flats here or there. It's actually like a small village, and everything that goes on that impacts that small village, people do tend to comment on. So that may help you understand why you suddenly got a
Mr. Green,
flurry.
thank you very much for that observation, and thank you for not asking a question and identified that you weren't going to ask a question. May I commend you and the community there. It's one of the things which I noticed during COVID is that our community came together a lot more, such as WhatsApp groups of streets and so on and so forth.
And I have one question of the applicant. You've noted that the Trouville have never previously had any incidents. There's nothing been reported, presumably either to the licensing authority or the police. I presume that other than maybe the closed circuit television, but you would have had in place an instant log and a refusal log at the Trouville prior to this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Green, through me. I believe from the licensing officer that there was no reports of any incidents.
Yeah, that's correct. There were no, we've had no complaints or along the lines of anything related to the licensing authority for that premises.
Mr. Dave, you wish to answer as regards the speculation that there may well have been an instant log within the hotel?
The short answer is don't know, because as you've heard, the premises were leased out to a third party. They are no longer there. I have no idea what they were doing in terms of incidents and refusals and training and so on and so forth, because they were lessees, nothing to do with us.
And if I may just confirm that within the conditions, that the added conditions to this new license, all of that is covered as regards to logging of incidents, etc.
Absolutely. It's all good practice and enforceable now.
Any further questions, Mr. Green?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I saw you indicating there, Ms. Davis.
Yes, sorry. Mr. Ween spoke about the community in our building, but another thing Mr. Day didn't quite mention there was the applicants suggest, well, Mr. Day and the applicant suggested that there is a campaign from our building against the Trouville and is suspicious of the many complaints they have received, all from our building. But we are the only residential building in the vicinity. There are no others. And therefore, that is understandable why so many of us are opposed to the application.
Second remarks, Ms Davis. Just to rest assured that all the written representations and everything which is spoken about and discussed in this particular hearing will be part of the deliberations for the subcommittee as regards the granting of this licence.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carr, Michael Carr.
No questions at this stage. I have some comments on some of the things Mr. Day has said, particularly about the Thwaites case, but I think that will wait for my own comment.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. Mr. Keith Lucas. Mr. Lucas, this is your opportunity to ask questions of the applicant and their presentation.
Sorry, yeah, thank you. Yes, I have a question. Mr. Day referred to some noise limitations, which is very germane to what I've been complaining about. Could you just explain what noise limitations have been set for the licence?
Mr. Day, did you mention noise limitations?
I mentioned a noise condition, and the noise condition that we're proposing is that noise from within the premises shall not be audible at noise sensitive properties between 11 o'clock at night and 7 o'clock in the morning. It shall not increase the ambient noise levels in the locality, and there should be no dominant frequencies. Noise from plant and equipment used for heating, ventilation and other ancillary services shall not increase ambient noise levels at noise sensitive properties, and there shall be no dominant frequencies. I did not in this case think it appropriate to be more prescriptive. How they achieve that is up to them. But basically, the reality of the situation is that it's going to be very, very rare that there is any noisy activity going on after 11 o'clock at night. So they don't need a noise limiter, because if you're not making any noise, then you don't need to be able to limit it. It's a catch-all. Don't cause a nuisance condition, and they would need to comply with it or get in trouble with environmental health and everybody else.
Does that clear that up for you, Mr. Lucas?
Not entirely. The licence is talking about plays and sporting events taking place, and certainly some plays can be including musicals, which might get quite noisy if going on to 1 o'clock in the morning. And certainly some sporting events can get very, very rowdy.
Mr. Day, I feel a condition coming on.
That's a matter for you, sir. The fact of the matter is that live music and recorded music was on the licence before. I've explained why, and I'm not going to repeat myself. We've included indoor sporting events and so on. Let us make the point that if the Trouville chose to show on a large screen in their car park the next England game with hordes of people bringing their own booze, they don't need a license for that. That's the way it works. So it's never been a problem before. They don't intend to make it a problem. I think the condition that we've proposed is sufficiently broad to cover it.
Mr. Lucas.
No further comment, except to say, unfortunately, I'm very time constrained today, and I'll be leaving the meeting in 5 minutes. I appreciate there are other people here from Coast who are going to carry on. I think we've all got a similar concerns around what the licence might bring. So I do apologise for not having more time today, but as I say, within 5 minutes I'll be leaving.
If it's 5 minutes, I believe that we might be able to just fit you in first, if that was agreeable, because we come on to representations from other people. Shall
Okay,
we
thank
play it
you.
by ear if you're still there? But if not, then we do have your written representation, and we have noted what you've had to say.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Jopling.
Hopefully, right, off me, good. So a couple of points that I'd like to raise. I mean, Mr. Day's been very eloquent about the history, which is always very nice to hear about. However, we are in 2024 and we're not in 1964. The other issue I'd like to raise, Mr. Day has gone on at quite length to explain that there isn't an issue currently with the Trouville. I would suggest that the reason why there's been so many objections is that there is an issue with the Trouville. Now, I'm not against anybody running a business and making some money. It's the actual way that they do it. And I think this is down to how the council feel that they want to enforce this licence law. My overwhelming concern is that they do run numerous events throughout the week, especially when they get coach parties in, and I understand they've got to entertain people, and that's a good thing. However, what then transpires is that they'd run a disco in the conference area. There doesn't seem to be adequate provision for soundproofing in that area. The doors are then opened to allow people access out to the terrace.
Mr. Jopling, Councillor Farquhar, the chair speaking here. It seems like you're going into your presentation. There's an opportunity for that a little bit later on. This is an opportunity to actually ask a question of the applicant upon their presentation. Do you have a specific question rather than what appears to be?
The specific question, yeah, sorry. The specific question is, how are they going to police the people drinking alcohol outside of the premises? And are they going to take steps to actually contain that? And if so, how is that going to be measured?
Mr. Day.
The bars normally shut at 8 o'clock. People drinking outside has never been an issue at these premises. It's people who have been drinking outside other premises who are coming up and down Priory Road at all hours of the day and night.
Sorry, Mr. Day, that is not the case.
Mr. Jopling, through me, if you please, and there'll be no cross-examination. Yes. I'll ask the question on your behalf. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Day.
And there is no evidence. Nobody has pointed to a single incident where there's been a problem. And that's the situation. We're dealing with hypothetical situations here.
I know it's difficult, Mr. Day, given that the premises was sub-licensed to another party who is now since gone bankrupt. There was mention of discos. Is that something which is anticipated to continue?
If I may, Mr. Chair, to put it this way, what happened while the premises was on lease is not something which we can comment on. Whether there was discos or not, we're not aware of any such incidents there. But 2 lots of tents have been submitted during this licensing process. Second coach group is in now, and I believe there hasn't been a single disco. It's not something which is common. It does tend to happen within the festive period, but that is the case with every other establishment in Bournemouth. Again, there is an establishment literally, we are across the road and there is one to the left. And there is nothing suggesting that people from that establishment are not creating that noise as well. I don't mean to be confrontational, but if someone were to walk up the Priory Road and choose to sit on our fence wall, there's not much we can do to prevent it. There is no, I'm afraid I'm not in a position to offer any sort of, preventive measures that way. What we can do is purely internal within the premises, which is adhering to our licensing requirements and conditions therein, and which is making sure that we try and educate our team to the best we can. If unfortunately there is a drunk stag party crowd, we ourselves have to preempt that, and we do bring in additional security for those purposes as well. For us, it is very important that the local area and the residents, they are looked after. We are a very considerate business. I don't mean to say anything, and I do not wish to say anything which will form part of a condition to the license itself. But we operate many establishments within the town, and we are not known to be unreasonable business people. We will endeavor our utmost to make sure that the people and their welfare is looked after, staying within the limits of our license, and making sure that we do not create unnecessary noise. But that's the extent of it.
Mr. Joplin, that's your answer as regards the policing within the premise, the premises that is seeking a new license today. Any further questions?
No, thank you very much.
Right, once again, it comes to me to actually speak to other persons making their representations. So this is your opportunity to present your case, as it were, for what concerns you. And if we can start once again with Ms. Davis.
I've written some notes, so excuse me if I keep reading them out. I can't remember everything, so I'm just going to read the notes I have made. Our apartment is number 44 West Coast, and we are here because our apartment faces right opposite the Trouville Hotel, and because the prospect of our building being exposed to around-the-clock outdoor consumption of alcohol threatens our tranquility and our quality of life. We are here because we object strongly to the applicant's request for an alcohol extended license that allows off-premises 24 hours, 7 days a week alcohol consumption. This request can be read on the application for premises license sections J and M. This would allow drinking outside at the front of the hotel, directly opposite our residential building of 84 apartments, at times when we have the right to uninterrupted sleep. Now, Mr. Day mentioned that those areas at the front of the hotel, to the left and the right of the front door, aren't used very often. But today there are chairs and tables to the left outside the hotel. And on the other side, I don't know before you took over the building, but there's a cafe, or there was a cafe there. And that is an area where...
Ms. Davis.
Sorry. There's a cafe there and on the other side also. So there are seating areas. People won't just come along, buy a drink and walk away. Which they're allowed to do, but they can sit there and consume drinks. And we're looking down from our window at that area, which is right next to the road. And so I'll repeat again the bit I said earlier. Mr. Day, in his response to our representations, says we misunderstood the notice and there will be no off sales of alcohol. But if you look at the notice application, you can clearly see that it says on and off sales of alcohol. This is very confusing to us. Is this a mistake? And should the application have been worded differently so that we understand it better? I read under the Environmental Protection Act of 1990 and the Anti-Social Behaviour Act of 2003, a licence application must be accountable for how their business affects the rights of others. When applying, they are supposed to take into consideration how factors such as how close their premises are to other dwellings, and to make sure the noise is not audible from inside and outside the premises. The applicant doesn't seem to have considered the close proximity of the hotel to our building, and voices echo loudly between our two buildings, and we already have to cope with loud drunken passers-by during the late evening and the morning hours. Mr. Day suggests being disturbed by passers-by is not relevant to the applicant's request, but passers-by do move on eventually, and residents and guests sitting and drinking outside the hotel, however, could be noisy enough to keep us awake for many hours on many nights. Also, the applicant may have control over entertainment and drinking within the hotel. But how does he control what happens outside the premises? Intoxicated residents can cause commotion during the early hours of the morning, and this could be seen as public nuisance. When the applicant saw all these objections he'd received from our building, I would have liked him to have modified his requests by keeping very late nights and morning hours alcohol consumption to just inside the premises. I would have liked him to have engaged with us, but I do acknowledge a response email was sent a few days ago by Mr. Day, but it was too late to arrange any meeting. So I urge the licensing board to prioritise the well-being of ourselves and all the residents of our building, and to ensure this is a safe and desirable place for us to live. I sincerely hope that our voices will be heard and that we will be safeguarded by you modifying the extended licence request so that off-premises alcohol consumption is limited to 11 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Davis, and I hope that you're willing to answer questions. Any questions from the Sub-Licensing Committee?
None from me, thank you.
Councillor Fowler?
No questions. A very clear presentation.
Thank you very much. I do have a question you mentioned round the clock drinking outside. I think we found it in our presentation here that that's not actually going to be the case, or what we've heard today. But you also mentioned off sales, and the fact that I'll just bring your attention to the fact that from what you've heard today, do you understand the hours which off sales would be allowed and the responsibilities of that applicant?
No, it's not clear to me what that means.
Excellent. Maybe there's a question from our licensing officer.
Hi. So the off sales side of things, are for non-residents, it's between 10 o'clock in the morning and 1 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. And then for residents and bona fide guests, there is a 24-hour, so they can have access to on sales and off sales of alcohol 24 hours a day, but only for residents and guests.
And is that inside and outside the premises?
Through me, if you please. Thank you.
Sorry.
That's good.
Yeah, so that essentially off sales, as we've already covered, means that it can be taken externally, it can be taken away from the premises. It's just, it is like an off license. You can remove the alcohol anywhere.
Okay, thank you.
May I ask you another question, Ms Davis? You mentioned about noise travelling and people being disruptive actually on the street itself. Have you taken the opportunity to report that to any of the authorities?
No, I haven't.
May I ask why?
Sorry, we're just quite used to it. And we think it's a city. This is what happens from the clubs and bars as people come out inebriated up our road. We're quite used to how do we stop that? By ringing the police, how they've passed by then, but we have terrible experiences, sometimes terribly violent, and we do think should we ring the police, well, especially when we see men possibly about to physically attack a woman at 3 o'clock in the morning. We see that often, but we haven't seen anything where we thought we need to call the police now. He's really hitting her hard, or
Miss Davis, I'm sorry to have to sort of bring up that experience and for you to have to explain it.
Yeah.
I would urge you, not necessarily my role on this sub-licensing committee, to report any threats of violence or risk of harm to the police. The police would appreciate a 999 call. It is for them to make the assessment, the call handlers, as regards what level of risk of harm that will come to. So I would always urge any member of the public to actually call 999 if you're concerned of risk of harm to others. And that's, I think, a message that you need to take away from this hearing and probably share with your neighbours. There is the opportunity to report these incidents, and don't be ever afraid to use 999 if you think there is an immediate risk of harm to a person or property. That is what the police expect you to do. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Any questions from the applicant?
No, thank you, sir.
Are you happy that you've covered in your presentation what the policing you can actually do for your residents and your guests and anybody that's having off sales?
It was a point that I was saving for closing, but this is a hotel, and quite apart from being worried about local residents, we're also going to be a bit more worried about the people who are paying to stay in the hotel and to ensure that they are not disturbed either. And, you know, it's all fair and good saying, well, people can go outside at 1 o'clock in the morning with a drink. They can have a bit of a problem if the bar's shut at 8 o'clock.
Thank you. Any questions from legal of the representation, Ms. Davis?
No, well, just to clarify, I mean, obviously what the experiences you see outside your block is difficult, but you're not indicating that is in connection to the hotel or even the hotel when it was open before.
No, not at all.
No, thank you.
Just indicating how noisy it could be constantly.
Yeah.
And these people, these awful people, sometimes they do pass by.
Yes.
After 10, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But we might have solid noise for hours if drinking is allowed outside 24 hours a day.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the subcommittee? Thank you very much. Oh, yes.
Hi. Thank you for your representation. And it sounds like you have to put up with quite a lot of noise and potential violence going on outside your apartments already.
Yes.
And I think legal representative sort of touched on this. Can you attribute any of that noise or violence to the Trouville Hotel and their guests?
Not at the moment, no.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Mr. Stuart Green, can you give us your presentation, please?
No, nothing further from me. I think all the issues that I wish to raise have already been raised by others, possibly more competently than me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Green, and rest assured that your contributions so far are part of our deliberations. Mr. Michael Carr.
Hello. Right. Well, as my comments have been eloquently put by my neighbour, I'm not going to duplicate that. I do have a couple of areas where particularly Mr. Day's response to representations, which we received last Friday, and I've had no chance to deal with it in the meanwhile. I did mention earlier that I was going to raise something about the Daniel Thwaites case, which Mr. Day makes the point that any objections need to be supported by evidence. But when I reviewed that case, I found a government website, alcohol licensing using case law .gov.uk, and that provides a comment. This case is sometimes misconstrued as requiring decisions to be based on real evidence, and that conditions cannot be imposed until problems have actually occurred. This is wrong. The purpose of the Act is to prevent problems from happening. So that presents a slightly different tone to the idea that you as a committee can only impose conditions based upon historical problems, not based upon the real life likely events that we have been commenting here. Otherwise, I think Mr. Day's response to us, many of the things he said have come out in questioning and discussion, that many of the things he stated are not quite as they are suggested, in that there is outside space. We do have people coming out onto the Priory Road frontage, smoking with drinks in hand, and certainly the hours that are proposed are such. It's all very well saying the bar shuts at 8 o'clock, but the license allows it to be open until 5 a.m. So that is what you as a committee are, the rules you are making. It is not a case of the hotel saying we don't actually need these hours, apart from very occasionally. The fact they have them, and if there is a new concern, new incentives to open the bars for longer hours, I'm sure it will happen. So whilst on the basis of granting a license, I don't have a problem with, but that should be restricted to sensible hours, and also restrictions on off sales. Even if the COVID rules at the moment allow this to happen, we need rules in place to prevent it after the event. And as Mr. Day has said, if you produce conditions that say that off sales cannot occur, or that they are very restricted in time, then they will overrule the COVID rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Can I just check with our...
Mr. Carr, actually, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Lucas, it's Michael Carr you've been hearing.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Carr. I've just got one list and I put a tick in incorrectly. So, Mr. Carr, you made mention of the hours, and you said something about 5 a.m. for licensing. Can I just ask our licensing officer just to confirm what this application actually says as regards 5 a.m., please?
Yeah, I think the only reference to 5 a.m. actually in the application is to do with the provision of hot food and drink till 5 a.m. And we come back to the same thing that we said before, which is that the on and off supply of alcohol to residents and bona fide guests is 24 hours a day, but to non-residents, the on and off supply ceases at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Any questions of Mr. Carr from the subcommittee?
No, thank you. No, thank you.
And I have none further. Thank you very much, Mr. Carr, for your presentation. Now is the time for Mr. Lucas. He's gone. Yes, all right. That explains my issue. Right, Mr. Jopling.
Okay, hopefully right.
And if I may, Mr. Jopling, then it's essentially for your presentation. It's not necessarily go over your written representation already.
Yeah.
But it's an opportunity for a presentation. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. I'd like to raise 2 points. One is touching on what Ms. Davis has talked about, that generally the area has become extremely dangerous at night. I have reported this to the police a number of times. BCP obviously understand that there's an issue because they've put CCTV in Beacon Road and Priory Road. So they acknowledge that there is a problem with people late at night. And this is usually fueled by alcohol and also drugs, but that's an assumption. Coming back to the Trouville, I have witnessed on a number of occasions people outside drinking, making a lot of noise. I have made representation to the manager in there on a couple of occasions, and basically I have been ignored. I've also reported that there were people on the roof to the manager and basically been ignored. And I appreciate this was with the old company, but we are being asked to take a leap of faith that things are dramatically going to change. My concern is that people do spill out from the events. They do have bottles of beer. They do congregate and mill around. There is no protection towards the road. Anybody could stagger or fall into the road. That hasn't happened, thankfully. However, you do get people coming up from the town and intermingling with those people, you know, on a infrequent basis or frequent basis. So my point is that I don't have an issue with a hotel having a license for alcohol. I think the whole point is how it's actually policed. And I think Mr. Davis has been quite articulate in saying that they actually don't need a license after 8 o'clock at night because the bar closes. So if that's the case, then there is no need for this license to be granted. I appreciate that residents will need, or possibly will need, to have the ability to buy alcohol because they're in their rooms. So I don't have an issue with that myself. I do have an issue with the fact that if the license is given, there needs to be substantial grounds as to why it needs to be extended past 8 o'clock at night. And there needs to be adequate policing, and I mean by the hotel in terms of security, to enforce that. I'd certainly like the conference room doors not to be opened if alcohol is being served, because it just allows people to spill out onto the road, and that causes the problem. So I think everything has been talked about quite eloquently, but I don't see the need for this extended license above and beyond 8 or 9 o'clock at night for external residents to the hotel. Thank you.
Just with a slight change, Mr. Jopling, to the subcommittee asking questions of your presentation, I'll just ask my legal officer to just ask you a question with clarification. It might need to be answered by the applicant themselves.
Yeah, sorry, it's just picked on something that you were speaking about, Mr. Jopling. So it's just to clarify. So while we're thinking about it, I'm just looking at the plan, Mr. Day. So is the area that Mr. Jopling's talking about, the conference area? Would that on the plan be the bit that says dance floor and lounge and dry lounge? I'm looking at the ground floor plan.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the conference set. That's what yeah. And the area that's the open area that comes off, they're the doors. And then Priory Road's in front of this.
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Sorry for interrupting that.
Any questions of Mr. Jopling's presentation from the subcommittee?
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
If I may ask one, Mr. Jopling, you said that you made representation to the manager or the previous management of the premises.
Mm-hmm.
That representation, what was the nature of the representation that you made? And as regards were you concerned that the licensing objectives were not being upheld by this particular premises and that particular management at that time?
Yes. So I physically went over to the Trouville and spoke to the manager about it, and nothing happened. There was also an issue of somebody wandering around on the roof with a bottle. And again, I went over and said there could be a serious issue, obviously, if the person falls off the roof. And no real action was taken. The person eventually went back into their room. There was no roof access for anybody, so they'd climbed out of a window and were just walking around on an open roof.
Did you alert anybody else, any other responsible authority other than the management at that time of the premises?
No, I thought the only thing to do was to report it to the management, and they should have taken action, which they didn't take any action against it. And I think sorry, if I can just highlight this, this is the overwhelming problem that I think the residents have got, is that who is actually going to police this? If the license is granted, and we're hearing that, you know, there isn't a real need, but assuming the license is granted, who's actually going to police this?
This is not an opportunity to ask the questions, but I do appreciate your presentation, Mr. Jopling, at this particular stage. Any questions from the applicant of Mr. Jopling?
Mr. Joplin, can you help me?
Through me, if you please.
Yes, sir. I'm struggling to identify the written representation that's been made by Mr. Joplin, because I don't see his name on the agenda papers. Might he be one of the anonymous ones?
Yeah, I'm anonymous, but my the first line wasn't redacted, so they redacted the anonymous bit, but didn't redact my address, which is interesting from a GDPR perspective. But anyway, let's not go there.
Sorry, is that number 24?
I'm sorry, I don't have that document in front of me, so I don't know. I think it's anonymous, and then if you read the first line, it says I'm a resident opposite at 36 East Coast.
I can confirm that it's
No, 20.
Yes, 20.
Right. You've told us about this incident with somebody on the roof, and so on. Through the chair, can you help me? How long ago was that?
Mr. Jopling?
That's an interesting question. Probably last summer.
And you made no mention of it in your representation. Is there any reason through the chair why you didn't mention it when you wrote in?
No, because I didn't feel that I had to highlight all the instances where there had been issues. But I think it typifies my point that there is a lack of, or there was, sorry, a lack of policing. So if this license is granted, there needs to be stipulations that there are people that are able to adequately police and enforce what happens, because that clearly hasn't happened in the past. But then, as you say, you don't need a license after 8 AM at night, so it's kind of academic.
Through the chair,
Thank you.
I just want to clarify that I've not said that we don't need a license. What I have said is, and I asked the question of my client, who said on a day like today, the bar would normally be shut at about 8 o'clock. That's a different issue entirely. But I would be grateful if you didn't misrepresent what I had said. Thank you. No further questions.
I'm not misrepresenting. You have said on a number of occasions that the bar tends to close at between 8 and 9 o'clock at night. That is not misrepresentation. You have made that comment.
Mr. Jopling, through myself, please, because Mr. Day did come through myself. It's a case of the hearing is actually recorded. There is actually a transcript, and everything which is said within this hearing will be taken into consideration by the subcommittee in their judgment.
Thank you.
Is there anything further? Any further questions of Mr. Jopling?
No, thank you.
Any further questions from licensing?
Nothing for me, thank you.
Legal? It now comes to me to the opportunity for people to sum up. And as I said at the start, we'll do in reverse order. So is there anything extra which you've forgotten to mention, Mr. Jopling, that you would like to do in your summing up at this stage?
No, I'm fine. Thank you very much. I think I've covered everything that I needed to. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Jopling. Mr. Carr?
Likewise, nothing further. I think everything's been covered either by myself or fellow residents. Thank you.
Mr. Green?
No, nothing further from me. Thank you.
Ms. Davis?
Nothing further from me either. Thank you.
Mr. Day.
Briefly, need is something that you know is not relevant. There is no cumulative impact area here or anything else. There is a public spaces protection order, covers pretty well all of Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole. But that's something of a red herring and not really relevant here. As far as the Thwaites case is concerned, the fact of the matter is that you are perfectly entitled to impose conditions. We're at a hearing, and we have offered up conditions in the operating schedule. You could turn around and say, no, I'm not interested in any of that, and we've got to a hearing, and we're going to cross them all out. You don't need an evidential basis necessarily to say, we actually think it is entirely appropriate, because that's the word, to have CCTV or a refusals register or an incident book or staff training and all of the other things that we've mentioned here. The difficulty is this, that I'm not totally sure now where the people who have made representations are coming from, because if you read them, they pretty well, the vast majority say we object to the license, full stop. And it's fairly clear now that those who have taken the time and trouble, and thank you for doing so, to be here today, either in person or virtually, seem to accept that actually there's no reason why the Trouville couldn't have a license. It's just a question of what limitation, if any, you should put on it. We've proposed limitations in terms of the permitted hours. We explained the situation with regard to residents. I make it absolutely clear that it is not intended, and in fact, it would not be legal for alcohol to be sold in any external area of the hotel, because it's not on the plan. They can't do that. They can't set up, if I had put in a plan that included a car park as part of the licensed area, then yes, we could go and stick a temporary bar out there without any problem. We haven't done that. And the part of the application, well, the representation that seems to have caused all of the problem. I said some seem to have understood this to mean that alcohol would be sold in external areas of the hotel. No, we're not selling alcohol in any external area of the hotel. With the exception of the incident that we've just heard about for the first time, there are no complaints at all about the way in which these premises have been operated. There is no evidence, and you must take note, please, as I'm sure you will, of the fact that the police have not made a representation, environmental health have not made a representation, the licensing officers themselves, they're entitled to make representations, and they haven't. And that should weigh heavily with you. I therefore invite you to grant the license as applied for. If you think it appropriate to put a condition on saying no tables and chairs in any external area after a given time, then please feel free. And if there is any other, bearing in mind that this is supposed to be the nature of a discussion, if there is any other condition that you think might be appropriate in this case that you're contemplating, then please feel free to make it known and we'll have a discussion about it. But unless I can assist you further, those are my closing words.
Thank you very much, Mr. Day. Our licensing officer, summing up.
Nothing further to add. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. At this point, I will now conclude the hearing. At the end of this meeting, the subcommittee will adjourn in private, and the legal advisor and the clerk will be in attendance, and we will deliberate this particular matter of business, this application for a new license. The decision will be conveyed to you in writing, as explained later. So if I can pass over to the legal officer as regards the right of appeal.
Thank you, Chair.
So whatever decision is made today, there will be a right of appeal both to the applicant and those making representations. Any appeal should be made within 21 days of formal written decision, and should be made to Dorset magistrates. Any detail about appeal will all be on the decision letter. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much for everybody who attended and made representations today. It's very much appreciated by the sub licensing committee. And with that, I will formally close the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
For those that are in the actual meeting itself, we will now call an adjournment for 10 minutes for a comfort break. Hello, my name is Councillor George Parker and I'm the chair of the Licensing Subcommittee on the 3rd of July. The business before us at this moment in time is Parata at 125 Road, Bournemouth. The licensing authority has received an application from Dorset Police to review this premises licence for the premises known as Parata 125 Charminster Road, Bournemouth. This matter has been brought before the Licensing Subcommittee for determination. In relation to this item of business, the subcommittee may be asked to consider the following resolution depending on the course of discussions at the hearing and the content of any supplementary information submitted. That under section 14(2) of the Licensing Act 2003 hearings, regulations 2005, and with regard to section 100A(4) of the Local Government Act 1972, that the public be excluded from this meeting for the following items of business on the grounds that the public interest in withholding the information outweighs such interest in disclosing the information, and that it involves the likely disclosure of exempt information as defined in paragraphs 1, 2 and 7 in part 1 of the schedule 12A of the Act. I will put that to the vote that we now go into exempt session. Councillor Dower.
Agreed.
Chair, I think the actual licensing report is okay to be read out in public session. It's just when we get to the additional evidence in the form of CCTV. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Dower. We really appreciate it. Sorry, Ms Cutler, I do appreciate that. Slight hiccup there. I'll now ask each participant to introduce themselves and state their role. I'm Councillor Farquhar and I'm the chair and a member of the subcommittee. Councillor Dower.
I'm Councillor Dower and I'm a member of the subcommittee.
Councillor Filer.
I'm Councillor Anne Filer, member of the subcommittee.
And Ms Rogers.
Sarah Rogers, Principal Licensing Officer, BCP Council.
Ms Cole.
I'm Linda Cole and I'll be advising the subcommittee today.
Ms Smith.
I'm Louise Smith and I'm the Democratic Support Officer supporting the committee today.
Ms Cutler.
Hello, I'm Michelle Cutler and I'm here to support the licensing subcommittee today. Thank you.
Ms Vanessa Ross-Ellis.
Hi Chair, my name's Vanessa. I'm supporting Louise in this hearing.
Ms Louise Busfield.
Louise Busfield, Dorset Police Drug and Alcohol Harm Reduction Team.
For the premises, Mr Enrico Gadagno. Can you pronounce that for me?
Enrico Guadagno, that's correct.
Say again. Gadano. Sorry, once more, please. Sorry.
Guadagno, please. But Enrico is fine if you make it easier for everybody.
Gadano. All right. Your pronunciation. Okay. Before I run through the procedure, may I check that all persons have given notice of their intention to speak and have been identified, and any person who wishes to withdraw a representation or wishes not to speak has been identified. Ms Knight, are you going to be speaking? Miss King, I should say.
No, I'm just here as a training exercise.
Thank you very much. That being correct, I will now explain the proposed procedure and the order of speaking for the hearing as follows. The licensing officer presents the report. There will be then questions of the licensing officer by all parties. Members of the subcommittee will go first. The applicant will make their application. There will then be questions of the applicant by all parties, and members of the subcommittee will go first. Persons representing the premises may also make their representations. Questions of the persons representing the premises, members of the subcommittee once again will go first. All parties will have the opportunity to sum up, with the party that spoke last to go first on the summing up. The hearing will then conclude, and the subcommittee will deliberate in private with the legal advisor and the clerk present. The notification of the subcommittee's decision will be given within the period of 5 working days, beginning on the day of the last day on which this hearing is held. The notification of decision will include information about the right of appeal as appropriate. I will now ask all parties to confirm agreement of the proposed procedure and make representations. Ms Busfield.
Chair.
You agree with the procedure?
Agree.
Thank you. Ms Rosalis.
Agreed, Chair.
Mr. Goodado,
I agree.
Ms. Rogers,
I agree, thank you.
Ms. Cole.
Yes, Chair, that's fine.
Finally, may I remind all parties speaking not to repeat the information which they've already given in writing, but to expand upon that written representation. All questions are to be asked for myself as the chair, and there will be no cross-examination of parties.
The CCTV. Are we?
Start with the licensing officer because they are making, the Dorset Police are making the application. If you're going to now expand on what's already been submitted in your evidence and talk about the CCTV and want to play that, we can go into exempt session straight away. If you're not intending to read through word by word what you've submitted, if you're expanding on that, we can go into exempt session.
I don't intend to expand on the original submission, but we are going to show the CCTV, which I believe the subcommittee hasn't yet seen, although the Mr. Guadagno has seen it.
So in that case, we'll go into exempt session now, Chair, if you want to pass that resolution.
I think that's probably wise. So I propose that we'll go into exempt session, and can we have a vote from Councillor Dower?
Agreed. Agreed.
The licensing, sorry, that's my mistake. Yes, you can read your report out in public and then we'll go into exempt session. Apologies, that's me.
My apologies, Mr. Gallardo, and my apologies for anybody viewing online. There was a desperation on my part, or should I say, there was an inclination to ensure that no exempt information went into the public domain. But the licensing report, the licensing officer's report, is actually already in the public domain. So what we'll do is we'll listen to that. That will be live streamed on the internet, and after which point we may well go into exempt session. Thank you. So could I call upon Ms. Rogers for your report?
Thank you. Dorset Police have applied to review the premises licence at Pirata under Section 51 of the Licensing Act. The premises are located along a lively part of Charminster Road, which contains a mixture of late night venues, takeaways and residential premises. Dorset Police believe the premises are not upholding the prevention of crime and disorder, public safety and the protection of children from harm licensing objectives, and therefore have no confidence in the licence holder, DPS. No representations were received in support of the review application from any of the other responsible authorities or any other person. Members are reminded that it is not for the licensing authority to establish any guilt or innocence of any individual in relation to criminal activity, but to ensure that any powers exercised by them must be appropriate and proportionate for the promotion of the licensing objectives and directed at the causes of concern which the application identifies, and once these have been established during this hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From the subcommittee, any questions on a matter of fact of the licensing officer?
None from me, thank you. None
Ms.
from me.
Brother? Mr. Goodhuddle, any questions of the licensing officer's presentation?
Not so far.
Excellent. So now, as I read out earlier, and we've had the approval by the subcommittee, that we will actually now go into we'll go into exempt session, and thank you very much for tuning in. And can we please pause the live stream?